like it down 18 at one point and really coming back, and then it just turned into a back and forth game with everything that went on, and it was until down the stretch, it was really the role players for both teams that were kind of impressive. You know, Naz Reid for the Wolves, who felt like he was going to make every single three he was taking. And then the combination of Gafford, Lively, I need somebody to be clever enough to come up with a combo of that name because they're the same guy to me. But the two of them were just simply phenomenal with how they helped the Mavs kind of man the middle. It was a really gutty win for the Mavs.
Very gutty win, and they take a 2-0 lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves, and we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Luka Dončić. He had 32 points, 10 rebounds, 13 assists. Man, his play was spectacular. When that last three went in, we both went wild because I don't know, when I was watching this game throughout and the Mavs went down by 18, we're going to be watching this Luka clutch three in just a second right here. Oh, man, let's just take a moment to check this.
I mean, I just feel for Rudy. It's a beautiful step back. Like, Rudy switches on to him. You almost feel like, as just the Wolves, like, somebody just go double. Just go double, like you'll live with it, anybody else. But as soon as he started to get back into a step back, and Alexis, you had even said to us, is he going to go with the step back? I was like, yes. He went right into it and just over Rudy Gobert. I don't know. I know it's going to be, I don't know what else Rudy could do in that situation. And that's just the legend of Luka grows, with the way he's playing and everything that he has going with him. And
we are definitely going to be hearing from Coach K. Highlights right now, because throughout this game, I did not have faith in the Dallas Mavericks to see how they started the second quarter. But then as the second quarter went on, I said, listen, you just got to get within 10 by halftime, and then you can go into halftime feeling pretty good about yourself. And then Stan Van Gundy said the exact same thing 2 seconds later, and Luka did the ISO step back, fade away, or step back to three, and he missed it. That's why I was like, is Luka going to go for another step back here at the end of the game? He did. He made it. Dallas won up 2, and we just need to talk about some Dallas centers because they were pretty spectacular this game.
Well, you're seeing it in this highlight package. Here's another step back from Luka on McDaniels. Like, he had it cooking. Once he started to get going, then the defense had to really press up on him, and then that opens up more of those role opportunities for guys like Gafford, for Lively. And then when the defense sucks in on that to take that away, it's the kick out to Josh Green, it's PJ Washington, and all those things. Like, everything kind of worked for the Mavs where they were able to sort of put that away. But we also got to give the Wolves battled like they were right there. It's a 1-point game in this instance. Naz Reid right here coming off this big three. This is when I thought, I was like, oh, the Mavs are in trouble. That three right there that Reid hits at the end of the third quarter was big. And then this one where they come up with a steal. Kyrie just looks at Naz Reid. You got to get a hand up, Naz. You can't just let Kyrie stare at you, man. Like, he's sizing up the distance. You got to get a hand up on that. He gets it back here, but man, it was just a wild game. He was on fire. Game. It was
the 6th man of the year, 23 points, Naz Reid. If Minnesota won the game, I was going to go with Naz for my player of the game. I thought he was just spectacular. I think he made 7 threes.
Yeah. He was cooking in that sense. Conley I thought had a pretty good game. He had some questionable stuff in the middle, but down the stretch, I thought he was making plays. Here's another one, just Luka hitting Kyrie on a possession. Again, they got good defense out of, and then the Mavs just find something at the last second. And this turnover here, great defense from Lively, staying down on Edwards, not biting on a pump fake or anything like that, leaving Edwards nowhere to go. And it leads to Luka magic. Like that.
Oh, Luka magic.
Yeah. What good play here. Like, when both guys run at Ant and Naz got it, I thought it was going in. Like, I was just like, this guy's been on fire. It's the way he's been playing. Luka's hyped. It's unbelievable. This whole game. Like, that final few minutes, it's like, holy cow.
Wow, in that fourth quarter, 13 points, 3 assists, 4 or 5 from 3-point range. Man, Luka and the Mavs up 2-0 over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now, we've been talking a lot about the Mavs, but let's talk about Minnesota. I know there is a small percentage, if any, that the Timberwolves can come back and win the series, statistically speaking. But if they were, what do they have to do in the next, I guess it would be 4 games they'd have to win in a row, but in the next 4 or 5 games?
Yeah, I think it comes down to their pick and roll coverage and how they're going to really attack it. Like, they adjusted this game and got out of the drop coverage, which really having Luka Rudy dropping back, and then they adjusted. And then from all of that, the Mavs just continued to cook off of that. Like I said, they were able to get Luka going. Then he got the bigs going. Then he was finding the kickouts for threes.
Well, maybe Minnesota head coach Finch will tell us what they're going to do differently in Game 3. Let's listen to him right now.
Chris, just what did you see there in the last couple of minutes down the stretch? That
I mean, 2 turnovers again. Ball got static. That's on me in the sense that I should have called the timeout to get Mike back in the game in that second to last possession for us or whatever. So I'll take that one. It's on me. But yeah, just kind of ball got static. Just turn it over. Same story as the other night. 2 turnovers in the guts of the game. Not going to get it done.
What was your thought process in not calling a timeout there?
Yeah, I mean, I just said I should have called it. So, but I thought the ball was in Ant's hands. The differential in the clock wasn't huge, but I initially wanted to call it, but I didn't. So.
And then with Luka with the ball in his hands late there, do you think about doubling at that time and get it out, or how do you see that unfold?
No, the idea was to switch up, press him inside the 3-point line. So,
how do you get Ant back to playing a little bit more of the quick decision basketball that he's been so good with over the last 2 months?
Yeah, he's got to get more in transition, got to get out. I thought he started the game with a great burst, was really going downhill well, and then kind of just phased out as the game went along. Went in there a few times. I thought he could have done it more, and we need him to do it more. So, yeah, he just has to think some more early. Got to play off the catch a little bit more. I thought be a little more shot ready. I thought he turned down some open looks too.
You went with Nas the final stretch over Karl.
Yeah.
What went into your decision making there? Obviously, Nas was playing well.
Yeah,
Karl
Nas was
struggling.
playing well, real well. And gave us some switchable combinations out there and stuff like that. So,
did you tell Karl that at all, or did you just kind of sit him and just let it ride at that point?
No, I didn't really have time to have that conversation. So,
Chris, both Karl and Anthony have struggled inside the arc. Ant got a lot more 2-point looks in this game than the last game. What's the key for them, effectively getting downhill or being effective inside the arc?
Yeah, I think, with Anthony, we just talked about, I think he's got to pick up his decision-making. I think Kyrie's actually a good example. He's playing quick off the catch. He's trying to beat our defensive pressure with everything on the catch, going quickly. With Cat, I think he's just got to calm down. I think he's coming out of the gate pressing a little bit, maybe getting off on the wrong foot and then chasing the game. So he got some good looks. Didn't go down. I thought there was a stretch when they came back into the game, we had a lot of really good looks that didn't go down, whether even at the rim or some open threes. So,
Coach, Mike was a lot more assertive tonight, looking for his shot out of the pick and roll, got to his floater a bunch. How do you assess his game and the value of that going forward in the series?
Yeah, I thought Mike played great. Really did. I thought he made a lot of really good plays. We need him to be aggressive. Especially when our other scorers are struggling a little bit.
Gafford and Lively are combined, I think, 14 for 16.
Yeah.
Almost all of them, obviously Luka lobs or something akin to that off those sets. What's the counter for that, or what is the way to present that from being less efficient?
Yeah, I think, again, it starts with keeping the ball out of the paint a little bit better. Rudy's got to be a little more decisive on what he's trying to do down there. We got to put a body on that guy too, so be a little more physical.
Did you get a chance to look at the replay with 47 seconds left? Obviously went off McDaniels.
Yeah, it looked like it was also fouled, right?
Right, yeah,
of course. Looked like it was fouled, but, they can't or didn't account for that in the call. So.
Chris, do you say anything to the team after a loss like this? Or
I mean, as I said, listen, I thought we're doing a lot of stuff that we talked about doing. Thought game plan execution was a little bit better tonight. We're building leads. Just our offense is letting us down in key moments with turnovers and some missed shots and some. We kind of play ourselves out of rhythm, I think, a little bit at times. The two tough games. It's a long series, and keep our head up. We got to keep getting better, but there's a lot of basketball to be played.
Chris Moore, Kyle Anderson, in this game, what did he do in being able to take Luka, and then maybe take one of Jaden or Ant or Nikhil or somebody out of that? How did you see him help kind of on both sides of the ball, but particularly in guarding Luka, Kyle Anderson?
Yeah, I think he's. Luka's a tough matchup for anybody, but he's got size. He can move with them. Can be play with enough physicality. Was also great offensively for us. So, and we said in the beginning we thought this would be a great Kyle series. It's turned out to be really good for him.
Cat obviously struggled a little bit, again, shooting the ball, but he got on the glass and made some extra plays off of offensive rebounds, had a nice dime to Rudy, I believe, and then another one out to a kick out. How do you assess the way he's playing outside of just his shooting right now?
Yeah, I think, he's doing a lot of stuff, playing hard, doing a lot of dirty work out there. I'm not worried about him. He'll come into this series, and I'm sure it'll happen in Game 3. So.
You guys are able to do it a few times. What's the challenge of trying to give Ant breaks defensively, knowing that sometimes maybe fatigue can play a role in the offensive end?
Yeah, listen, I think maybe we should have gotten him out in the beginning of the fourth. I think that's where I can give him a break. But it's the Western Conference Finals, man. Like, we can't look to hide people or try to take breaks. I don't see Kyrie shying away from a matchup out there. So it's what you got to do if you want to win. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, that was Minnesota head coach Chris Finch. He said that there were some turnovers, some missed shots, but it's a long series. Thoughts, Mo?
Yeah, I think this has been the thing that we were all afraid of when it came to the Wolves offense. We've been in a situation where it's end of games. You do worry a little bit about that. And, a lot of those games they beat Denver in were massive blowouts. It's the end of game stuff that you have to worry about. And 2 games in a row, they've had some tough breaks for them.
All right. Well, we've got Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd coming up to the podium. They're up 2-0. So it's interesting to see what he has to say right now.
Jason, take us through what you saw on Luka's game winner.
Well, first I thought, getting the ball in and setting the screen and being execute, we felt like they were going to red where Rudy, and they've been doing that pretty much, there in the fourth quarter. So once we got Luka the ball, we wanted to give him space and let him do what he does. And I thought he set him up for the step back because of him attacking the paint over and over. Rudy has to honor that, and so with Luka's ability to create space in that moment, as you've seen with Luka, he loves that stage, and he doesn't run from it. And he made a big shot. I thought he was great the whole game, keeping the guys together. His energy, knowing that we didn't play well there in that first half, but we came out, we had a good talk at halftime, and the guys worked the game, and we found ourselves in a game. Made it a little harder with missed free throws, but again, Luka is special, and he loves those type of moments.
And obviously you mentioned didn't play well early, down 18. What did you think were the biggest keys to dig out of that?
Well, we've never been in that situation before, so I think we were just kind of, we were competing, but you got to give Minnesota's a really good team, well coached, and they came out and they were aggressors. They took advantage of us kind of, being competitive, but not where we have been here during this playoff run. And I thought we talked about it at halftime. We worked the game, we trusted one another, and we found a way to win on the road.
Jason, just going into that last play, what's the plan to go for the win and not even to play for overtime, or was the plan just to get the best shot available?
Now you gotta ask Luka that. The play was to get Luka the ball and let Luka do what Luka does in those moments, and that's, if he has trust with his teammates. If they were going to come and hit him, he knew who he was going to find to knock down a shot. We talked about taking a 2. We're only down 2, but when he got to dancing with Gobert, you could see that the step back was coming, and the rest was history.
You guys were down 5, I think, with 1:29 left. The poise, the focus, like there was no panic. It didn't seem like in those last moments. That challenge was pretty big to just speak to how you guys are ready to handle these moments on the road in this environment.
Yeah, great question and great observation. I think just the trust and calmness of the group. We could have easily just got on the bus and went home after Kai missed the 2 free throws. But again, our defense, we believe in our defense. We got stops. Give a lot of credit to our bench of keeping the energy in a positive way, keeping those guys up. And then Keith made a great call of the challenge. He said, let's challenge it. He was on the baseline standing, so he had good eyes on it. And that's the trust. I trusted that Smooth was telling me the truth. We challenged it, and we found, we won that challenge. And so it's a team effort, great team win. Everybody played their part at a high level tonight, even the guys who didn't play.
You mentioned the good talk at halftime. Can you impart a little bit about maybe what that was, and also what were the biggest changes into the second half, which you guys took care of?
Yeah, I thought, we weren't playing, Mavs basketball. I thought, again, just understanding what we had to do. We weren't rebounding the ball. We were getting the misses, and then we weren't covering the 3 as well as we've talked about. And then, Reed was 7 for 8. It seemed like every shot he took, he made. But I thought the group responded to the conversation that we had at halftime. And it's hard to win on the road, but it's even harder to win in the playoffs. And that group responded. Just to understand they worked the game. We knew we couldn't get it all back in one shot. So it was a great job of just executing the game and finding a way to win on the road.
And also the play of Gafford and Lively. I mean, they shooting almost 90% and I think get you 30 and 14.
It's a good tandem. I thought Gaff was a lot better tonight. D-Live has been D-Live. He's playing well. Again, for a young man who's a rookie playing late in the playoffs, the trust that his teammates have with him on the floor, on the offensive end and the defensive end, has shown. And he's he's going to be a special one as his journey continues. But our bigs were really good tonight.
You said it felt like Naz Reid made every shot. Did you hold your breath as the last shot went through the air?
Well, I said they found a hot guy. I was like, damn. A hell of a play, great look. The ball just bounced our way, so we got lucky.
With Luka, you talk a lot about not taking him for granted. When you see this, probably as much as anybody, you see practice, you see all his games, you see all of this. Is it hard for you sometimes? Do you have to remind yourself, just personally, not to take him for granted?
Oh, I'm not taking him from granted. Just understanding who he is and what he's about, he's special, and I said that since I've been here. He loves the moment. He's not afraid of the moment. One of the plays that I thought was big was a reversal of him coming up with an offensive tip to Kai, where Kai has done that with the offensive tip in Oklahoma series, with the tip to Luka for a 3. It was like role reversal. I think Kai just missed it. But it was just, he's trying to do everything, all the little plays on the defensive end and the offensive end, and he can carry that load, and he's doing that for us right now.
Even with the rare occurrence from Kai missing those free throws, the backcourt still facilitated and made sure that everyone stayed grounded. What was the emphasis of your call, gameplay, and everything like that?
Yeah, we were, it was kind of role reversal. Luka was going early, Kai, so we wanted to get him out early. Kai had great looks that just didn't go down, but the beauty of this team is just the positivity, the energy. If someone isn't struggling, everyone's picking up each other and everyone's connected. And so everyone just kept telling Kai to keep doing what he was going to do. And I thought in the fourth he showed up like Luka did, and he played at a high level for us on the offensive end. After missing those free throws, he makes a big three in the corner. And so that just shows that no one quit. Everybody played to the end, and that's what makes this group special.
Jason, you had pointed out last couple of days several times that you guys didn't win game one in the first 2 rounds. So when you get the first game, human nature a lot of times is teams to basically get ready to go home, and you have the split. How did you handle the messaging in terms of, no, let's get greedy and get 2 here?
Yeah, I think there's only one guy who's won a championship, so we have to be hungry. And when we talk about Kai, it's easy for Kai to, send that message. But I think for the group, there's a trust between the coaches and players to players. And the last 2 days, we've talked about that we're down, like we haven't done anything. And this group is one that's not going to quit. They continue to play to the end. Even if we ended up losing this game, it's about playing the game the right way for 48 minutes, and that's what we've done here of late, and that's what we truly believe in. And so it's been fun to be around these guys. These guys have a lot of fun, but when it comes to work, they're trying to do their job at a high level, and everyone concentrates on Luka and Kai, but the role players do their part and are embraced by the stars, and that's what again makes this team special. Yeah, he can come. You need to talk to him.
All right, we just heard from Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd. That's funny. I love watching these press conferences. He talked a lot about Luka, but he also talked about the role players as well, and who our game stars of the game were for us, and that would be the Dallas Mavericks centers. Gafford, 16 points, 5 rebounds, 5 blocks, 5 of the 7 blocks that the Mavericks had tonight. And then Lively, 14 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists. Mo, let's talk about the play from the Dallas Mavericks centers tonight.
They were phenomenal on both ends of the court, and I think really kind of creating issues for the Mavs. And Kidd highlighted it in the press conference, just talking about how great they've been. But those roles are so important because it puts so much pressure on you defensively in terms of, like, we want to press up on Luka, but he's going to find a way to hit the roll man if our weak side's not in early enough. And, they were running a bunch of double high pick and rolls and really getting the Wolves in trouble with that. And those guys really stepped up, as they've done all playoffs, to be honest. Like, Lively as a rookie is doing this is absolutely phenomenal. 6 of 6 from the field. Gafford 8 of 10. Like, between the two of them, that's 14 to 16. Like, that's impressive. And when you're watching the way they've kind of grown and built this up, they've created such a deep position in the paint on both ends for the Mavs that it's kind of like it's difficult. Enter in your own, at your own risk when you try to drive on them. And if you leave them open, they're just going to get an easy dunk.
And another impressive person, of course, Luka Dončić, 32 points. And we're going to hear from him as he comes up to the podium right now. Here's Luka.
So he can't effing guard you, huh?
Sorry?
He can't effing guard you?
Who said that?
You said that.
I didn't say that. I was speaking Slovenian.
Take us through what you're looking for that last play, kind of how it developed, and just the emotion after that shot goes through.
I don't decide what I'm going to look before the play. I just see what defense gives me. I didn't expect that we're going to switch. We're just going to play that pick and roll. I told you live coming. We'll just figure out from there. That's about it. Read the defense.
Luka, what was the approach in the last minute 29? You guys went from being up to being, I think, down 5. You had the challenge on the baseline. Kyrie hit a shot. You hit that. Like, the poise that you guys have. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, like I always say, stay together, positive energy. At some point, we're down 18 on the road, which is insane to come back. So we believe till the end of the buzzer.
Jason said that there was no plan necessarily to go for a 2 or 3 during that. When do you make a decision that I'm going to go for the step back? Was it when you got the switch on Rudy? Was it just all instinct?
I don't really know. I can't answer that. I just saw some space, decided to shoot a 3, get to my spot, step back. That's it. But I just decided, I saw some space.
Jason talked about the good talk you had at halftime. What was the gist of that, and what was the biggest change or biggest adjustment you guys made?
I think we talk about that last 3-4 minutes. We play with energy. We said we need to play like that. We're getting stops, especially boxing out, and then our pace got to be high. So those 3-4 minutes we took as example.
And your thoughts right now on being up 2-0 in a series, 2 wins from the NBA Finals?
Great, but like I say, first to 4, nothing is won. We got to just think about next game, not in the future, not in the present, this game. So we just got to think about next game. That's it.
You went to the locker room real quick at the end of the first. You good?
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. You've had a lot of game winners now throughout your career. Do you know where this one ranks? Is it way too soon to even start thinking about this?
Too soon.
Yeah.
No, I'm tired. I can't even think.
Do you have a favorite that comes to mind when you think about all the different ones you've hit over the years?
I don't know. I think the one in the bubble was pretty good, but no crowd. I imagine that with crowd would be insane. Then the one in where? Memphis, yeah.
The falling down, the one-hander.
That was a tough shot. And no crowd again too, so I think those 2.
And then last one, when Naz Reid got the final shot off and it was in the air, what were you thinking as it was traveling there?
I wasn't thinking. I almost passed out. That was looking good, too good. Sure. Yeah. Oh my God, he could have missed today.
But you had more success attacking downhill in the second half. What opened up for you to be able to have that success?
Let me think. Just driving mentality, I don't know, man. I don't know. Ask me some other question. I don't know. I was just attacking. I don't know. You have any other question?
What have you thought about, the play of Derek Lively, him closing out the game? What are your thoughts on that?
There we go. No, amazing. He's been amazing this season, these playoffs. He took not 1, not 2, 3 steps forward. He's a rookie. I think people forget this sometimes. He's doing this in the Western Conference Finals, which is insane. So his ceiling is going to be huge. Yes. All right, guys.
I love Luka press conferences, man. He went up there. He said he was tired. He played 41 minutes, 27 seconds. He had a triple-double, man. And we've got some good stats from our guy, Brian. Players with 4 triple-doubles in a 5-game span in the playoffs. We've got Will Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, Nikola Jokic, and now Luka Dončić. He's funny, man. when he was like, "Oh,
not bad company to be in," that stat
exactly.
right there. But and then got jokes, like you said in the press conference.
When the reporter said, "I heard you say you can't guard me," and he was like, "Oh no, I speak Slovenian."
Yeah, right. Exactly. Luka's hilarious. But I mean, this is a playoff, the start of the game. Like he just right off the bat. I'm going to get in the lane. He does everything. He exhausts all options, and even when you're playing good defense, it doesn't matter, Alexis. Like, he's just kind of going to work on you. Like, it's not he's one of those guys that's frustrating to defend because it's like, okay, I can't do anything else, and he's just going to hit these incredibly tough shots.
He mentioned that his knee was hurting, and we could tell definitely in that first quarter, and then I think during the game they said once he sees that first 3 fall in, then he'll be good, and he did see that 3 fall in, and he was on fire ever since then.
Can we just comment on that replay right there? As Luka was cutting and he realized he was open, he put his hands out like this of like, are you going to pass me the ball? Like, this is kind of, like, it's just hilarious. This guy, just another step back. Like if he has, whenever he feels the defense on his back or once they get him on his back, it's over because he already knows what he wants to do. He's only going to let you get back around in front of him if he's going to the step back. Otherwise, he's going to keep you behind you and behind him, and he's going to keep you in jail, and he's going to get a floater off of those things. Here in transition, like this was a strong one here with just he waits, he sees Lively coming through, and he had some nice things to say about his rook. Just everything he's doing. Lively just rim run hard here on these, I thought, big plays at the end of the half. In terms of transition to get the Mavs kind of begin to cut into that lead like you and the great Stan Van Gundy were saying, trying to cut this lead down to 10 and you'll be in good position. But them pushing in transition really made a big difference for them.
And he said, apparently you can't guard me in Slovenian, but if you are head coach Chris Finch, how would you attempt to guard him in game 3?
I'd see if I could bring a stick or something and hit him or, on the plays. Can our defenders have, just kidding, of course, bad jokes. I think you got to try to just mix up the coverage as much as you can. I don't think you can stay in any one coverage against Luka long enough because he just figures it out. And I think you just want to, you have two choices. Just live with Luka scoring 1 million points and stop everybody else. Or we're going to put all our effort into Luka and just live with, see if the other guys can score enough. It's never a fun position to be in. And these double high pick and rolls were just too much for the Wolves. On that one, Cat's late. I think the next time down when they run it, Cat's there a little bit early, but then leaves. This is a step back. But it's tough just handling it and trying to come up with, how do you stop this? This guy is going to be is a top 5 player in the NBA. Like, you don't really stop it.
Well, good to hear from Luka there. Our next player is going to be Gafford, I believe. So let's preview some of his, let's talk a little bit more about him. Like we said before, he had 16 points and he was 8 of 10, man. He was killing it.
It's 8 of 10 and it's all around the rim. And I think it's the pressure that he puts when he rolls to the rim that now the defenses don't know what to do. It's the pressure he puts, and then having a guy like Luka obviously being the ball handler and Kyrie who's able to throw up those lobs for him. But also let's not forget those 5 blocks are huge, man. They barely won this game. Those 5 blocks are big plays.
Very big plays. And let's go to Gafford right now.
Oof. Well, you didn't want to sit there? Okay. Cool. All right. Ready to go?
Nice win. Can you just talk a little bit about the second half and what changed for you guys? What was, Jason said you had a nice talk at halftime. What was the difference? What was the biggest adjustment for you guys?
Really just our energy. We knew they were going to come out, throw the first punch. It was going to be real. The energy was going to be through the roof tonight. We knew that for sure. And just coming in at halftime, we just told ourselves just kind of like be patient, take it one step at a time, and just chip away at the end of the day. So that was pretty much the conversation. We kind of came together and just tried to find a way to just bring this one out.
And of course, we asked Luka about his last shot, but you're the one you were falling to the floor on somehow. Take us through that one.
At the end of the day, I just threw it up there. In all honesty, and all like when it comes to that, that's called a prayer shot in my world. At the end of the day, so I just tried to get positioning, tried to make sure I had my eyes on the basket, and I just threw it up there, let the man upstairs handle it, and he put it in the basket for me. So yeah.
Daniel, what is this moment for you guys, knowing that if you go home, win the 2 games, you don't have to come back in and you go to the NBA Finals?
We just got to take it one game at a time. We can enjoy this until, we get back to Dallas, but they're going to come back and they're going to come, for sure pissed off when it comes to coming to our home. You know, we took 2 here. We just got to make sure we would stand just like that first punch if they come home and throw that first punch. But we ready for anything, I feel like.
I know they threw the first punch, but was it anything in particular that was going on when you guys fell down by 18?
Not necessarily. They were just hitting shots. It was a couple of mishaps that when it came to just like rotations. Nas got going. He hit a couple of threes. Got the energy going throughout the team. They was getting a lot of rebounds, getting a lot of second chance points in all honesty. And it was just being a little bit more physical than us. So we just had to kind of like take that step in the right direction. I feel like we did that tonight.
Dan, Luka's last shot there, does it surprise you at all that they don't blitz him, get the ball out of his hands? What's your kind of thoughts on, as that's breaking down, like, what are you thinking?
I mean, I really can't even put it into words, you know. At the end of the day, we put the ball in one of the right guys' hands, and he for sure, I would say, gave us something that we knew he was going to come out with at the end of the day. He said it was a lucky shot, but I feel like it's one of the shots that he works on a day-to-day basis. So.
What was going through your head when that ball's in the air?
On the Luka shot, I was like, that was money, most def. I mean, he got the spacing that he wanted when it came to Rudy switching on to him, and Rudy did his best to stay with him. And I felt like, you know, Rudy got a good contest, but he got the shot, you know, pretty much high in the air to where it needed to be to go in.
Even with, like you say, your prayer shot, you had 5 blocks, and you and D Live made sure that you not only were on help defense, but you made sure that you got.
Really? I didn't. I did not. I thought I at least had 3.
Well, you had 5.
Okay.
So, how do you assess you and D Live being able to help not on defense and to make sure that you guys maintain the victory?
I mean, we just feed off each other's energy at the end of the day. You know, we always are in a film session trying to figure out ways how to be better than I can't even talk, than the game before, in all honesty, and just keeping each other motivated, which everybody does on the team. Everybody, you know, gives us that energy that we need to just go out and just win basketball games at the end of the day. You know, so when it comes to him, whenever I'm coming out of the game, I tell him to be a monster, and he does the same to me, you know.
When Luka hits a shot like that and then he's barking at Rudy, how would you assess his trash talking?
I would say pretty common. You know, I done seen a lot of stuff that Luka has said, and I done been on the same end of where Rudy was in a couple of times where I've played against Luka at the end of the day. His trash talk is different, especially when he gets to talking in his own language. That's a different type of trash talk. So, you know, you just gotta give, you know, credit where credit is due, I would say, because, you know, he knocked down the shot, he talks trash afterwards, just pat him on the back and just keep going.
It sounds like tonight he stuck to English, though.
Yeah, for sure. Most definitely. From what I heard, he stuck to English, most definitely.
It was French and English, I believe. But on another note, you guys, back to you and D Live. You guys were very efficient above the rim. How does it feel when you guys are able to get on the inside in a game like this?
I mean, it just feels good because, you know, we're making an impact at the end of the day. We're trying to find the seams and just what can, you know, put us in position to where we can help the team, in all honesty. And we just, you know, found the positioning. We got in the right spots at the right times, and our guards found us, you know, whether it was rebounding, where we tipped it out and we had a second chance opportunity to pretty much go down and get downhill and get shots up. And, you know, we just got the right guys downhill, and everybody just put trust in us to just finish around the basket, and that's what we did tonight. Okay.
That was Dallas Mavericks center Daniel Gafford. He was talking about he was surprised that he got 5 blocks.
How do you forget that?
I know, exactly. He's like, I know I got at least 3. If I was a player, I'd have that. And then he also talked about that prayer shot where he just threw it up. Hopefully the man upstairs would bring it back down. Look at this. Luka.
Unbelievable pass, and then just...
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that's such a... I mean, he's not kidding. It's a prayer. I mean, to be able to just... one of his blocks. Great pass from Luka with him leaking out. And then just like...
Back up?
Oh my God. Just stretching out. It's the prayer shot. That's what we're going to have to call it.
Wow. That was awesome. I love seeing those highlights, but we've talked a lot about Dallas. We need to go over to the other end, and we've got I think we've got Mike Conley coming up next, and Naz Reid, who Luka said he couldn't miss tonight. So let's hear from them right now.
Mike, this team has come back from, adverse conditions in the last series here, but never had maybe a crushing loss like this one. Kind of what's the mood and how do you guys respond after a night like this?
It's frustration, at first, because we feel like both these games were very winnable. A play or two late in games, a couple things go our way. The series could be looking a lot different right now. So, but that's also the positive for us is that we know we can beat these guys. We know we can do it on the road. We just left a series where we flip-flopped this same scenario, and Denver came in and beat us twice at home. So it's definitely on the forefront of our minds. So our confidence is still there, but obviously super frustrating to lose this one.
Now, how did you feel when that last shot went up, and did you think you had it?
Thought it was good. Shot it with confidence. Ant trusted me to get that shot up and to make that. So I thought it was good. It went in and out. I guess that's just how the game goes.
Mike, you just expressed confidence in where you guys are and where you can get. But you've been in the past many times seen a bunch of opponents. Just how formidable is this Dallas group, and what's the biggest pressure that they put on your guys' defense?
I think it's obvious, but they're two-headed monster with Luka and Kyrie. You got two of the best at playmaking as well as going to get their own bucket. In a series like this, you almost can't be reliant on going to close one-possession games and fourth quarters, and because those guys can get a bucket in a multitude of different ways, and they're probably two of the best at doing it. So we have to find ways to. We have leads, 6-point leads, make it 8, make it 10, try to stretch the game out a little bit to where it puts a little bit more pressure on them. But, when they get the rolling, it puts a lot of pressure on our defense and a lot of different coverages we have to throw at them.
Mike, what does the team have to sacrifice not to have you out there on the baseline on those lobs?
It's the details for us, because our coverage is, if we do it right, it doesn't matter who's on the baseline. Our help is early. Our bigs are high. They can't make that pass to the big, and if they do, I can be there early enough to where it's not a lob. I'm meeting them in the middle of the paint, and we can kind of rotate out from there. But those are those times where they get the lobs and the late looks. It's a breakdown earlier in the possession that I think we can, like I said, it's stuff we can fix and stuff we can adjust to.
So with those, they're running that double drag thing, and you were the single size tag guy over and over there. Is that something you try and blow up at the top, or is it about the bigs and you or whoever it might be tagging there?
Yeah, our initial coverage was for me to tag and try to hold the big up earlier. They do a good job of slipping that big out, underneath the chucker. Normally it's me or whoever's in that double drag. But it's, we have a coverage for that. We also have a coverage where I don't bump that, and it's the low man from the weak side that needs to catch him kind of in the middle of the paint, and I go, X out to the corner. So we have multiple different ways to attack it, and I think we just have to be committed and to one or the other at the times, and not get stuck thinking too much in those situations.
Naz, you guys have shot really well from three in this series. Obviously, a really big game from you for three tonight. What are you seeing whether it's you or Ant or Cat or whatever, and you're getting to the basket? It has not been an effective 2-point shooting game. Is that rim protection, or is it something that you guys need to execute better once you're getting downhill?
They crowd the paint very well. We just got to make the right play, whether it's finishing or kicking it out. I think we all are capable of doing it. I think everybody has those abilities, and to finish or to kick it out. So we just got to make the right play in those moments. I don't think anybody in our team can't. It's just a matter of us doing it.
Mike, shots may not be falling for you guys right now, but is it more than that? Is everything else from your bench, like defense, hustle plays? Is everything else going okay? Is it just a matter of shots not falling?
No, I think it's a lot of things that the small things within the game, the offensive rebounds, the leak outs. They're very good at pushing the ball in transition and kind of throwing it ahead. I think they had a couple buckets, especially in the fourth or late third, where they were throwing it ahead to guys and it's jump balls and they go lay it up. And try to speed the game up that way. We have to try to take that away, take away all the easy opportunities, especially for the guys who aren't, Luka or Kyrie, and to make the night a little bit tougher. But we'll make shots. We'll get back to making shots as a whole. Obviously, we haven't put a complete game together yet, and we do play our best. We are a tough team to beat. We just have to figure out how to do that.
A question to both of you. What do you guys tell now each other? Because you need to get rid of this frustration. You just have that one day, and you are in a must-win situation with Game 3. So what do you guys tell each other for that?
Just to stay with it. I don't really think anybody's frustrated. That's the best part about it, and we kind of know that it's us. We just have to, get into our ways and our brand of basketball. So that's the best part about it, just knowing that it's us, and we're beating ourselves for the most part.
Yeah, I think having the day, having one day in between it helps. You can kind of get your mind right and get ready to play again, especially having not having to wait a couple nights and letting this linger and marinate a little bit. I think it's good to get right back to it because we're itching to play again, and can't wait to get to Game 3.
Mike, what's the process like of trying to be assertive enough to where you're initiating the offense as much as possible?
I'm trying to get the ball and be in control of the situation, especially late. Get the guys the ball when they are in good spots to be aggressive. Nas, Kat, Ant, Rudy, Jada, everybody trying to get guys where they can be super effective, and especially for Ant, just trying to relieve him from a lot of the duties he has to do so much for us. He has to guard, he has to play make, he has to score. So it's my job to just try to alleviate that pressure a little bit, and I'm probably going to be more and more involved in that. Just be aggressive offensively. It takes a little bit of pressure off of him, and try to play make for him as well.
Minnesota Timberwolves point guard Mike Conley, 18 points tonight, and Nas Reed, 6th man of the year, 7 of 9 from 3, 23 points. He had a playoff career high of 7 threes, and this is pretty crazy stat. He was 10 years old when Mike Conley first saw the playoffs. How crazy is that?
Don't tell that to Mike. Don't tell that to Mike. Don't tell that to Mike. These guys don't want to know how old they are. Don't do that to them, Alexis.
Oh, man. Let's talk a little bit about Nas Reed's play, because he really, I thought, was the star of their side tonight.
He was huge for them. I think just the lift in terms of the 7 threes, it made it so difficult because they were able to stretch out the defense, and then he'd get these opportunities, these wide open looks. There were times where there's 1 3 in particular in the second half. Anthony Edwards drives down the lane and PJ Washington comes off of him from the top. And then, I could almost just picture Edwards' mind just going oh, you're going to, okay, cool. I'll just kick it to the guy who's red hot from 3 at this point. I didn't understand why Washington was helping off of him, but there were a couple of times where they just let him get open, and that, again, I thought this was going to be a Wolves win when he hit that big 3 off of the screen from Rudy Gobert at the end of the third quarter, right when the Mavs were making a run, and I thought it was just huge in the way that worked out for them, and I mean, that Alexis has as good a look as you can get at the end of the game.
Now we're going to go to center Rudy Gobert for the Timberwolves, 16 points, 10 rebounds. Let's hear from him.
Rudy, can you just kind of take us through that last defensive possession when you got switched on to Luka? What were you trying to do? What did you see unfold there?
We just switched on the pick and roll, and I was on the ISO, Luka, and he hit a big time shot. I let my team down on the last play.
When you say you let your team down, how do you think that?
They believed in me to get a stop, and he scored. And he scored a 3, which is something that he does really well. So taking that responsibility. That I need to be better in that situation.
Ideally, in that spot, do you want to funnel him inside the 3-point arc, or like?
In that case, that probably would have been a better option. But no, just gotta stop. Just gotta stop, be better.
What, you guys have faced tough circumstances before in the last series, maybe not a loss quite as close or crushing as this one. How do you guys respond? Kind of what's the mood in the locker room? What do you say to each other to regroup quickly here?
It's a tough loss, but lots of great things tonight on the floor. It's funny because both those games we up for the majority of the game, so just gotta keep going. Adversity, we've had adversity all year, and last year too. So just keep going, believe in who we are, keep trusting each other, and let's be better.
Rudy, you had some sort of exchange with Luka in the backcourt in the first half. What happened there, and how would you describe kind of the tone of the level of competition between you two so far this series?
After the foul? You're talking about after the foul? Nothing. He was upset about the foul. I told him that it was just a regular foul, nothing dirty, nothing try to get him hurt or anything like that. So he's a competitor, and I'm a competitor, and sometimes you can have some of these conversations, but there wasn't any disrespect or anything like that.
Rudy, they're having a lot of effectiveness to go into the lob to Gafford and Lively. What do you guys need to do as a group to diminish the effectiveness of that part of the Dallas offense?
Definitely going to watch, I think some situations are different from one another. I think the pick and roll situation is different than when it's a blow by or when it's a drive and it's coming full speed, and I'm the last, kind of like the last, help on the defense. But it's a great weapon. The lob is throwing the lob to an athletic big is a great weapon, and it's really, really hard to stop. When you do it. So we're gonna watch film and see what we can do, see what I can do and what we can do as a team to be better. Because they had how many? I don't know how many they had tonight, but but the lobs, but they have plenty, way too much. So that's one of those things that we got to clean up for sure.
Hey, Rudy, you said that you're taking responsibility and you're putting the blame on your shoulders. How do you psychologically move forward? Like, do you lose sleep after something like this? How do you reset going into what's going to now be a must-win Game 3?
Just keep giving my best. Keep working hard every day. Keep doing what, obviously watching the film, and always look at myself in the mirror, see the things that I can do better first, and then communicate with. We're gonna have the conversations about what we want to do, the little adjustment that we want to do as a team. But for myself, I've been overcoming adversity my whole life. It's we're down 2-0. Now we gotta go and give everything we have the next game, like we did tonight. And see what happens.
Rudy, it seems like they're making the halftime right here. Rudy, it just seems like they're making the halftime adjustments. They're winning the fourth quarter battles. But what have you noticed from them in the fourth that is just separating them from you? And what do you need to do to overtake them in the late in the game like that?
I think it's a mix of a lot of different things. I think our execution down the stretch can be a lot better. We have to find ways to be able to get good shots. I thought for the most part of the game we did a great job doing that, and they got big time players, that have been in those situations many times, and are striving in those moments. So we we got to find ways to, be better defensively in the situations. And sometimes you're going to be great defensively and they're still going to score. But I think really our execution offensively has to be better so we can at least, get some good shots off.
Rudy, kind of going off of that, you all had that 18-point lead and then the runs happened. What would you say would be best for you all to do to kind of sustain some of those runs from the Mavs and sustain you all's leads, especially to end the first halves?
I think we need to close quarters better, for sure. I think, and we know it, but when it happens, it happens. I think a lot of it came from our turnovers. We had some couple sloppy plays offensively, and they got a couple dunks or layup, fast break points. That gave them juice, gave them confidence coming into the second half. And those plays are, we up 18, we could easily up 20, 22 at that point, but those plays were really a big shifting moment for us and for them. Second quarter, so it's basketball. You can always look back and say, should have done this, should have done that, but now we gotta come ready for game 3.
Rudy, you talked about adversity. You've yet to play a complete game. Mike Conley was talking about the team-wise. Knowing that your team hasn't done that, but you've been so close in these, what kind of a motivation is that then, knowing when you do play your complete game, what you can pull off in perhaps 3 and beyond?
I don't want to say that it feels good because it doesn't feel good to lose, but we really are aware that a lot of times we beat ourselves, and when we don't beat ourselves, we are in a great position to win games. So now it's about finding ways to not being ourselves as much, and just being able to be who we are and being able to do it even longer and harder and being able to do it in the end of games too. And we've done it before, so we'll be better.
Rudy Gobert talking about how the Timberwolves are down 0-2, and they need to be better. He's been facing adversity his whole life, so he's hoping the Timberwolves can overcome in game 3. Now 2-0 in the conference finals. They go on to win the series 90% of the time. Dallas Mavericks are up 2-0. So how do you see the Timberwolves coming back in game 3?
Well, let's just not forget, a couple of different bounces, and this could be 2-0 Minnesota. It's not that wild. These aren't, it's not that wild of a situation. And I think, they got a lot of good looks. They got good opportunities. I think it comes down to the execution in the last 2 minutes. I think they need to clean up their pick and roll coverage. They need to pick up their pick and roll coverage, get that going, and really kind of figure out how they're doing. Because I think offensively they're getting good looks. I think they're getting some good stuff there. I think obviously they need Ant and Towns to be a little better, but I think in general they're kind of right there. They're just on the cusp of it, and I think Gobert getting this clip here, running the floor, getting the pass from Ant off for the dunk. Here, they're coming off their little pin down action. Rudy rolls and gets an easy one. There's the things are there. It's just trying to be more consistent and finding those opportunities.
And he talked about closing quarters better. It seemed like in the first quarter it was neck and neck, and then they got on that huge lead. And then, like I said before, I was kind of talking to Dallas when I was saying, if you can get within 10 here, you have a good shot at the second half, and that's also what Stan Van Gundy said. So how do you think they can close quarters better as a team?
I think they just can't lose focus. I think it's, having that understanding of I don't know if you're a boxing fan, Alexis, but I always called it a flurry at the end of the rounds that could win you a round, right? Like you could have done nothing all fight, and then the last 15 seconds of the round, just throw a whole bunch of punches, and all of a sudden you might trick a judge into giving you the stuff there. It's stealing rounds, and I think that's the important thing of those last 2 or 3 minutes of each quarter is the opportunity to steal a round. And I think the Wolves kind of put their foot off the gas a little bit. They were up 18. I think they thought the Mavs might let go of the rope there a little bit, and then a couple of bad possessions, a couple transition buckets for the Mavs, and they're right down, they're right in it. And I think that's a big situation there. And I think offensively they need to stay with what they're doing. Ant's going to get going. I have faith in him in that regard. I think he's going to find his rhythm and his flow. And, they got the games they're needing from the role players. And I think that's just what it comes down to it for them.
All right. And as we've said, the Dallas Mavericks are up 2-0. 90% of the time, those teams who are up 2-0 go on to win the series when they're in the conference finals. We're going to talk a little bit about the player of the game. We were going back and forth. We were talking about who would win the game because we didn't know until the last second. And we decided, Bo, I'll let you share.
We went with Luka Dončić. He hit a game winner, guys. Like there's nobody else you can go to. 32, 10, 13 on the for a triple double. He's joining Wilt Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, and Jokic as the fourth player to have 4 triple doubles in a span of 5 games in the playoffs. Like, I don't know what else we could say. Like, these are the stuff, and then comes up huge in the biggest moment for his team. I don't know what else to say. They get the switch, which I really think Minnesota should have just doubled him in that instance. And then, nobody can guard that. And I think that was the problem there. And just Luka goes completely off. That's why he's one of the best in the league.
And Rudy was saying that he let his team down here by letting Luka get that shot off. But I don't know how you do guard that.
You don't. Everybody's going to be second guessing this and all of that. There's a reason why there are 5 players in the NBA that we look at as absolute number 1 guys that can win you a championship. That's one of them.
And now we have another Mavs player who we didn't talk a lot about tonight, but we shall talk about him more, especially after he gets off the podium. But here is Kyrie Irving.
Long-winded answers today. Yeah, the utmost confidence in my brother, man. Got a great switch on Rudy, and I know exactly what he was thinking. So it was just time to get ready for the magic to happen, and got to his move, shot it with confidence, as we know he'll always do, and took us home tonight, man. That's one of those wins where we could look back on and reflect and really be proud of ourselves. And the little things that it took to get this win tonight, we can carry on to Game 3. But we also understand that it's no time to be satisfied. We got 40 minutes to celebrate, and we got to get on this plane, go back to Dallas, and get ready for another hard-fought battle, because that team is not going to give up. And you know exactly what they're capable of. They've shown it in spurts throughout the first 2 games, and they've taken us down to the wire. So we just got to be aware that there's some luck involved, there's some fortune involved, shots not going in for them down the stretch. But we felt like we earned enough we did enough tonight to get this win. So I'm proud of our guys. I think it's just his confidence and his fearless mentality. I've been talking about these young guys, but Luka's, alongside JT, Ant, Jaylen Brown, Trae Young, a few other guys that, I haven't named, but they're part of that next generation that has that no fear mentality where they'll shoot from the parking lot, man, and and it'll look like it's a great shot, because they've been practicing it since they were young. So he's prepared for these moments, and he's built for these moments. So when things like that happen, I'm not surprised, but as a brother, I'm just nothing short of proud.
What do you think of the impact that Derek Lively's made all season long, but particularly in these playoffs as a rookie?
He's been doing great. I can echo Luka's sentiments. Just seeing a rookie do this is very impressive, and he falls right alongside a lot of the great ones that have come before him that probably weren't in the top, 10 in towards the top 15 in terms of talent before he got drafted. But now I think he's making a lot of guys and a lot of women eat their words in terms of what he's capable of and his potential. He's shown it day in and day out. When he's healthy, when he's on the floor, he makes a big difference. I mean, you look at our record in the beginning of the season when he was out of the lineup, when he was in the lineup, I think that was the telltale sign of how our team was going to be built. And if we have a 5-man that's athletic, that's able to catch lobs, that's able to play defense, that's able to make passes, and also communicate very well for someone his age, especially to older guys. He has that no fear mentality as well. So I'm proud of him, and I know that he's been working diligently and doing a lot of stuff that no one sees to help himself prepare mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually.
And not to bum you out, but what's going through your mind when you missed those 2 free throws?
You're not going to bum me out about that, Tim. Yeah, you could bring it up, bro. It's basketball, man. Like, the game's over now. Now we can talk about it, man. I don't want to get fined, but I was just like, holy, oh, gosh. Like, what the heck is going on, man? Like, a lot of emotions going through my head, and, there's a brief moment of disappointment. The fans are going crazy. I think we got them free chicken, right? Something like that. So, the fans are going crazy, and rightfully so. They were cheering their butts off, and when I missed it, I think I was as surprised as a lot of people in the arena. But in those moments, I got to stay focused and be aware of, just how big it means for how much it means to our team to make those. And I'm been in that moment, but when you miss, you also have to take that accountability and be better. And the next play mentality was the only thing I could carry forth, and I got in that corner, knocked it down, and got a deflection off of Jaden, and it felt good to be able to make those plays up. So the game's not over, especially when you miss 2 free throws. That goes out for all the younger generation that's watching. Those mistakes could weigh on you mentally, and you could carry that into the next game too. So it's time to just leave that here and praying that I make all my free throws when I get back home, and that focus is there, man.
At the beginning of the fourth quarter, after Luka had come back from his second trip to the locker room, he was bent over at the scoring table, and you went over and said something to him, and it looked like you just asked him if he was okay. Yeah. And what did he say back to you?
He said yeah. He said yeah. It wasn't a long conversation. I was telling him, from the beginning of the game, just you have guys out here that have your back, and whenever you need me to take over, I will, take over the point guard responsibilities and bring the ball up and just get him to his spots, and then he comes out and hits a step back 3. So I think I was like, I think you're fine, So there are moments where he shows just brilliance and he scores so easily, and then he comes back and he looks like he's laboring a little bit. But that guy's a warrior. I'm never worried about him, and him going back to the locker room and coming back out just shows how much he cares about, playing well for this team and being a leader on this team.
How often in your career have you seen a guy play through all these problems that he's having now, and you don't really notice it? I mean, considering what the outcome is.
Yeah, no, I mean it's not an uncommon thing in our league for guys to play injured, but when somebody is asked to score as much as he is and asked to do as much, and also he pushes himself. To the ultimate measure, he wants to be great. He already is a great player, but I think he wants to be great in his mind and his life. So for us, we just want to continue to support him. And when he's out there not feeling well, we all are aware of it. But this is why we're a team. This is why we have a supportive cast. This is why we believe we're one of the best teams in the world, and we got to go prove it because it could be anybody's night. And if Luka's not playing well or not hitting his shots offensively, we don't want him to feel that burden. It's unfair to him. He's a young kid. So I'll take that burden at times, and other guys will take that burden, and we'll just be able to stay fluid, stay connected.
Kyrie, you're an all-timer. You played with an all-time great when you were younger in LeBron James. Now you're playing with a potential all-time great. What's it like to see that ascension from the veteran perspective now that you're the older guy?
Man, it's amazing. You make it sound like I'm like 38 already, and I'm the young guy of the older generation. I came in when I was 19, so I know I was trailing along around that older generation that's been around for a while. But for me, personally, I'm amazed. Just I don't use that word lightly either. I'm amazed just on how much time he puts on his body and how much time he puts on his craft. And also, I've been saying it, but just that no fear mentality, man, that confidence that he carries, he walks around with it. And of course, the awards come along with that too, and the expectations come along. I think he's answered a lot of calls. You know, when Luka first came into the league, there were a lot of questions on what he was going to turn out to be and who he was going to be. And you know, I know a few people are eating their words too. So watching him ascend into becoming an all-time great is amazing, and I don't take it for granted because, like you said, I play with one of the greatest of all time, arguably the greatest of all time, you know, up there with the top 3, top 4, and dealt with a lot of that criticism and pressure, you know, shielding us from it as teammates. And I think you see the same things that happen and occur with some of the greatest players that play. They take on a lot of pressure and they love it, and they relish in it, and they love answering that call. So for me, I just want to be supportive and continue to be an all-time great next to him and continue to show him the ropes and let him continue to fly, man. He's already been doing it.
It seemed like Luka really found a rhythm attacking downhill in the second half. As someone who commands such like aggressive defensive, you know, attention and coverages, and someone, you know, who shares that perspective as well, what are the challenges in a playoff setting to kind of continue to focus on attacking the paint instead of, you know, maybe settling for jump shots or taking those types of shots? Yeah, well, you know, some of the greatest scorers to play this game, or greatest offensive threats, have been able to play that in-between game, have been able to make plays for others, and when they figure out how to make their teammates better, they become that much greater. So I feel like myself and Luka, we figured that out to a certain degree, where we get the best out of our guys, and they know how to feed us good energy. We know how to feed them good energy. And when the ball's hopping around, or when guys are being aggressive and taking advantage of the first opportunity that they have and just making quick decisions, it does a lot for our team. Fluidity, you know, just in how we play and our pace. And when we're getting up and down the floor, we're a tough team to beat.
Is there any advice that you've given Luka on that so-called road to being an all-time great after, you know, what you've learned from playing alongside LeBron and your own trajectory yourself? I mean, I play with a few guys that are all-time greats. I want to say that too. You know, so I've had the opportunity to see them work on their crafts and also deal with a lot of the outside criticism. And again, the common trait that they share is just their ability to block out the noise and do the right things every single day, work on their bodies, take care of themselves, and then also have fun with the game and know how to empower their teammates. So I've tried to just give little bits and pieces of nuggets of advice to Luka to help him, because when I'm out of the league and he's continuing to run it, if he doesn't retire early, you know, leave it up to him to probably, you know, if he doesn't retire early, then he'll be doing what I'm doing right now, except in his own way. And that's a beautiful thing to see. When I could pass on the knowledge and wisdom that was given to me and explain it to him and encourage him to be better, then I feel like I'm doing my job. And that's not just as a basketball player, that's just as a person. You know, he's a young man. I'm a young man as well. And he's going to have a lot more years after the game living life than when he's playing. So this is cool and all, being a leader and being called a leader in the locker room and stuff like that, but he's going to have to lead his family, be a father one day, and those are the most important things that I try to echo to him. It's just being a family man, continuing to put the things that matter to you first. You know? That's one. 2 more. Okay, 2 more.
Okay. I know I'm trying to get you home, man.
No, you good. I'm messing around with Allie. You good.
But I know I've talked to you about you being a leader and having your brothers lean on you. Mm-hmm. But in what I told Kid is a rare occurrence for you, how did it feel to have your brothers to lean on?
It feels incredible. It feels incredible. Are you talking about tonight? Just yes. After tonight? Yeah, man. Especially when I miss those free throws, because as a young player, I definitely would have been wallowing in my emotions, and that would have carried over into the next game, and the confidence that I had would have been a little shot. It would have been a little hit. But now, just feeling the embrace, leaving the court, and knowing that this is a team success journey that we're on. You know, this is our moment. So whether we play well or whether we don't, we all know that we're brothers and we're proud of each other. So those little things matter for me. They go a long way. Even at my age, just that affirmation that everything's going to be good. You're good, man. Don't worry about it. That went a long way for me. when we came to the locker room, but also when I was on the court, because I was definitely feeling it after I missed those free throws. Excuse me.
One last one for you. Obviously, when you have a game-winning shot like this, it kind of blots out a lot of the rest of the game. But I'm curious, when you think back through this one and the comeback you guys made, what are the other moments that stick out for you as being significant or big plays? Anything else that you think is worth calling out?
I mean, they beat us in the first 2 quarters, and I think we're going to see film, and we're going to see that there were a lot of correctables there. There were a lot of energy plays that we didn't get to. There were a few transition baskets that they got. Nas Reed, hit a few threes tonight that were very timely. And he was keeping them in the game tonight. And, he's 7 for 9 from 3, 8 for 13 for the game. I mean, coming off the bench, that's a big-time performance. And I don't want to let Luka's game winner overshadow some of the things that we can get better at. And I'll leave that to the coaching staff. But for me, I know I definitely can be better on the defensive end. I picked up some stupid fouls and some things that I can definitely improve on in terms of positioning defensively. And then offensively, just taking my time. There are a few shots that I missed. So just taking advantage of our end-of-quarter opportunities and looking back at how we consistently win quarters, because that's going to be the difference in this series. Of course, you want to get to the end of the game. You want it to be close. You want to be in the game. But if we can consistently win quarters and do it convincingly, I feel like this series can turn in our favor. But if not, we're going to see games like tonight where they're in the game or they're up double digits and they feel confident. Their home crowd's getting into it. A little bit different when we obviously go to Dallas, but here you can tell that they were playing off that energy. And we just want to continue to make things difficult on the defensive end and improve what we can improve on.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kyrie Irving, through the first 3 quarters of tonight's game, he had 7 points, 3 assists, 0 of 2 from 3. And in the fourth quarter, 13 points, 3 assists, and 4 of 5 from 3-point range, ending the game with 20 points tonight. Mo, what did you see from Kyrie?
I think you just saw a guy that this is a veteran. This is the one guy, Jason Kidd said in his press conference, they only have one guy that's won a championship in the on the team. And you're seeing it from there after having 3 quarters where he really kind of struggled and besides throwing the lobs and stuff like that, really didn't find the flow and rhythm of the game. He has that ability to just completely flip out in the fourth quarter. 4 or 5 from 3 that's a killer right there. That's going to put you in a bad spot. I know, Alexis, you were going nuts when he was missing those free throws, but to be able to come back from that and still hit that corner 3 that cut the lead down to 2 that really kind of set everything in motion that's just veteran presence, heart of the champion, whatever cliche we want to throw out there for him. But I think that's just him continuing to play each play, and I think it goes a lot to him understanding these games are long. And after the first 3 quarters, you can still get going in the fourth.
And when Kyrie first came to Dallas, the chemistry didn't seem like it was there with Luka, but something clicked recently, and now they're playing like one of the best backcourts in the NBA. So what has changed in your mind